Hello, everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. I apologize for being late on this June 1st, 2024 50s and early 60s edition. A couple things were the issue. Well, Charlene, who is my admin assistant, what happened to her was on Thursday, I think right after I did the 78 show, she was in a terrible storm. I think the lightning hit her. She has a pond in like adjacent to her property, and I think it hit the pond and it totally messed up her modem. So she had no modem, so no communication with me, not even a phone. So I was like, well, okay, you're not going to get me the list to pull the records out, so I'll kind of wing it. But she said that her son Brent and they had like the spot Wi-Fi, I think it was, so she was able to get me a pretty good list of the requests. I was able to pull them out last night. I was up late doing it. And then I don't know what happened to me, but I have an issue, a lot of pain right now. So I'm going to have to call the doctor on Monday. I hope I don't need a hernia operation because I am in discomfort today, and it's an umbilical one, I think. And I know that it was okay. I never had a problem with it. They told me not to worry about it. But now I've been lifting, not that I'm lifting the 78s, but I have to lift the boxes to look for the records. So I may have, it's not good being heavy, and especially in that area because you can get these things. So if I have to go for mesh surgery, I don't know what that's going to do, but I have to call on Monday to see how that goes. So I'm a little bit slow today. So we'll see how that goes, but not to worry you about my issues. I still could play the records, that is for sure. And we opened up with, I think, Frank Shingaro. You recognize that. And I recognize that song when I was in high school listening to the Time Capsule show. I remember hearing that tune on when they were on WFUV. The theme song they used was also played by disc jockey that gets credit on the label, Alan Freed, and I'm sure he played it when he was here in New York City on WINS Radio back in 1956. That's Alan Freed in the background there, chanting and screaming in the back there. But it's really Big Al Sears and his saxophone, and he wrote the tune with Charles E. Calhoun, and that's an alias for band leader Jesse Stone. So that's a great opener there, April 56. Alan Freed and his band on the Coro label right now. So I'm not going to try to talk a lot here because it's going to already waste the time. We already wasted too much time. But all requests tonight except for maybe two records, because we're going to dedicate this show. Very sad thing. I want to dedicate this show to the late Jimmy Amato. I was like kind of shocked when I found out. Tonio posted it on Facebook on Monday that Jimmy Amato passed away that Saturday. It was horrible because he wasn't in the chat room. He was in my Thursday show last week, and he gave me a couple of requests, and then I didn't see him Saturday. So it was, everything goes terrible in my mind, but it's unfortunate we lost. And he was always here. He was a big fan of the show. He was like the first one in all the time, and he would ask me about all these records if I had them, and it just was a very sad day when I found that out. But we're going to dedicate this show to Jimmy Amato. My closer is a request he told me to play, his last request for Jimmy Amato. So this is for you, Jimmy. And let's open up the vocal portion here as we go to New Haven, Connecticut, with this request for Edmund Williams in Queens, New York. This song initially released in April of '56 on the Atlas label, but Thomas Robinson, the owner of Atlas, would lease the masters out to Jerry Blaine, and in hope that his distribution company was it Cosnet? I think it was Cosnet Distribution would give the disc greater distribution and thus become a hit. I don't think it materialized though, but it doesn't matter. It's a great two-sided 45. And again, this is I'm featuring the second issue here from April of 1957 here. Let's give a listen. We open up with the Four Haven Nights on the Josie label for Edmund Williams. It's called In My Lonely Room.
Well, in my lonely room, I drift in reverie back into the times I held you tenderly. Darling, what should I be in my lonely room? In your lonely room, as the shadows fall, I close my eyes and dream. Then I hear you call from far away, it seems. Darling, what should I be in my lonely room? Lonely room. Wish you were here, speaking in a love tone. Oh, daily close, my dear, then I would feel a love of dreams go too soon on a mystic sea. Long lay me again. It seems I'll always be. Why, oh, why should I be in my lonely room? Lonely room. Wish you were here, speaking in a love tone. Holding me close, my dear, then I would feel a love of dreams go too soon on a mystic sea. Long lay me again. It seems I'll always be. Why, oh, why should I be in my lonely room? In your lonely room. 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 In your lonely
There you go. We open up there by request for listener Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room there. That's the sound of the Four Haven Nights. April 1956, originally on the Atlas label. I'll show you my label tear on that one there, but that one there on the Josie label, which I have on a 78 too. I have a nice mint 78 of that, so stay tuned to listen to that one Thursday afternoon. That's Leroy Gomez on lead, the Four Haven Nights with In My Lonely Room. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the 50s edition, and let's start it off here from 1952 with a request for listener Big Dave Swinger. Big Dave, I played the flip side of this, but I went scrounging through your list. You also requested the other side of the record. So this is the debut single for this group from Harlem, New York. We go to Bobby and Danny Robinson's Red Robin label. This is the first of two on Red Robin Records. It features J.C. Ginyard on lead. I think I said that right. This is from September 52. These are the Dewdroppers on Red Robin. It's called Chain Me Baby, parentheses, Blues of Desire for Big Dave.
Mountain made of stone. Chain me, baby, on a mountain made of stone. Well, you just love me, baby, and just leave me there. all alone. You just chain me, baby, with a midnight nameless play. Chain me, baby, with a midnight nameless play. Yes, you just love me, baby, and just lead me to drift away.
Yes, like a burning by blue of desire. It is burning, yes, baby, for you. Well, promise you this, that the thrill of your kiss will be the last thing I do.
Yes, you just chain me, baby, to some swampland, roving breeze. Oh, you just chain me, baby, to some swampland, roving breeze. Well, you just love me, baby, and just treat me anyhow where you please. Well, my heart's on fire with the blues of
As going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, that's Chain Me Baby Blues of Desire. That's the flip side of Can't Do 60 No More, which I played for Big Dave, which probably a couple months ago, or maybe longer than that. But he also requested the flip side there. That's J.C. Ginyard on lead, September 52, the Dewdroppers on the Red Robin record label, their first of two, and let them stay in 1952. And we'll play a flip side request for listener Bill Olb. He requested The Four Nights, which I featured last week, a song called Walkin' in the Sunshine. He also requested the flip side, and this side features Gene Alford on lead from February 52. Let's give a listen to The Four Nights on the Capitol label. This is for Bill Olb. It's called There Are Two Sides to Every Story, for Bill. Whoops.
There are two sides to every heartache. So why must we say goodbye? There are two sides to every heartache. So wipe those foolish teardrops from your eyes. What if I was wrong? What if you were wrong? I only know without your love I'd never get along. There are two sides to every heartache. So why must we say goodbye? sighs to every heartache. So why must we say
That's going out to listener Bill O. That's the sound of the Four Nights. Gene Alford and the Four Nights, February 1952. It's on the Capitol record label. There are two sides to every story. They have a lot of records they do. A lot of records not only on the Capitol label, also on the RCA record label and other labels too throughout their career there. But we always feature the Four Nights here on the program. They are a favorite. Lots of requests come in by you listeners. Thank you for your requests. And they are all good requests. Most of the time they are, I have to say, as I do have educated listeners that tune into the program and very well-known collectors too. So thank you all for being here. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Click the bell to get notifications and give me a thumbs up if you enjoy what you're hearing tonight, as I do this 3 times a week. At least now I'm doing it 3 times a week. I hope I can continue doing it. But thank you all for being here as we continue. Move into 1953 now with a flip side request. Again, this time for listener Daniel Kubacki. Now, last week I featured the Robins on RCA. They're a 6th of 7 for RCA called All Night Baby. And this week Daniel requested the flip side. Again, it features the great Grady Chapman on lead. Let's go to April of 1953. The Robins on RCA. Their tune is called Oh Why. This is for Daniel.
Oh, why? Tell me why. Why do you treat me like you do? Like you do. You made me love you like a fool. Like a fool. Now you tell me we are through. Oh, why? Tell me why. Why did you come into my life? In my life. And told my poor heart a lie. Heart a lie. Now you leave me alone to cry. Oh, can't you understand the things we had planned for years and years to come? It's so hard to believe that you would break my heart the way you love me from the start. Oh, baby, why? Tell me why. Does everything happen to me? Happen to me. I'm always left behind. Left behind. With the blues all the time.
Oh, can't you understand the things we had planned for years and years to come? It's hard to believe that you would break my heart from the way you loved me from the start.
Oh, baby, why? Tell me why. Does everything happen to me? Happen to me. I'm always
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat. And that's the sound of the Robins, Grady Chapman and the Robins on the RCA record label. That's their 6 of 7 for RCA from April 53. OY is the name of the tune. The Robins, also another great group we feature here on a Saturday evening. Actually, I played their 78 on Aladdin on Thursday, an early one that they did from late 1949. But let's continue here in 1953 as we feel a request. Edmund Williams requested this tune here. This group, the Checkers, they formed by ex-Domino's bass singer Bill Brown, and this is their third release on King. It's John Carnegie. He's the lead singer on this side. Now, has anyone ever dealt with polishers? You know what I mean, polishers? And what they would do is they would go to the record shows and they would buy VG records, and they would polish them to make them look like they were brand new. Sometimes they would get away with it because the labels would be clean. Other times they would not. And it took me a while before I found out that and there's some different ways to polish a record too. It's not really good to do because this one, I think there was one polisher. I'm not going to say any names here. I think I know 3 polishers of records. And one was in Lower Burrell. I think Lower Burrell, those of you that may know. But, and they weren't expensive, so at least, you know, to his credit, they weren't that expensive. And sometimes they still played well, but other times they will not. And this is a result of a polished record, because this 45 is polished. So even though it may look mint, it's going to play VG. And that is unfortunately a lot of times with the polished records. So there you go. So be careful out there for that. This is from January 53 for Edmund Williams, the Checkers on King. It's called My Prayer Tonight.
My prayer tonight will be for you. I'll pray you'll be all right the whole night through. For you, my love, my prayer will be. I'll ask the Lord above to hear my humble plea. I'll pray that you'll be brave, just like you promised you'd be. I'll pray the Lord you'll save all your love for me. My prayer tonight comes from my heart. I'll pray you'll be all right as long as we're apart.
I'll pray that you will be brave, just like you promised you'll be. I pray the Lord that you'll save all your love for me, nobody else but me.
My prayer tonight comes from my heart. I'll pray you'll be all right as long as we're
you go. See that? We'll talk about that. That's by request for listener Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat. Those are the Checkers. John Carnegie. He's the lead singer there. January 1953. That's their third release on the King label. My Prayer Tonight is the name of the tune. I want to thank Jeff Mazdra. Thank you, Jeff, for your kind comment there, and also for tuning in here to the Vinyl Treasure Show as he is tuned into the program. But you see, the problem with the polishing of the records is this is, that person used like kind of a buffering thing. You know how you compound a scratch out of your car? You can get the scratches out. You kind of like wear it down, so it wears the grooves down, so the sound quality is not really a full quality. It's not. And then it doesn't even get rid of, sometimes I guess if there's a lot of surface scratches, you can possibly with styrene records make them sound a little better. That is a possibility, but nothing like that there. They should have left it alone. That one they should have left alone. But there's other ways also. There's another one. I think his name was Jimmy V. I won't give the last name. And he used to use a filler. So they would put this kind of like... I think it was kind of an oily base thing that would fill in the scratches. So when you get the record the first time and you play it, it looks mint. You get all this black gook that comes on your needle. It's so weird, I'm telling you. And some people slightly buff it like the outsides. It's all different methods. But it's all to deceive the buyer. You know, leave it the way it is. That is the best rule, because they'll sound the best. That's what I say. Johnny G there babbling on, but let's continue here. And we move into 1954 here. Fill a request for listener Chris Reed. Thank you, Chris, for your emails and requests. If you have requests, you can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the contact. And sometimes I get a bunch of requests. I get to pick a couple from each one, from your request listings, and I can play them. So a lot of people want to be surprised about it. But anyway, so we're going to surprise Chris Reed. These are early Hollywood Flames on John Dolphin's Money record label. This is Money 202. They weren't orange. They were kind of like burgundy red, or like the dark cherry red and black. And this features David Ford on lead. This is from September 54. The Hollywood Flames on the Money label. It's called Fare Thee Well for Chuck or Chris.
Told me when last fall another cat was in my stall. Well, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. Now that I've gotten hip, I'm packing up my grip. Well, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. You told me to my face I could easily be replaced. Well, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. Now you're trying to take it back, but it's too late, my grip is back. Well, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. Fare thee, honey, honey, fare thee, honey, honey, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. Fare thee, honey, honey, fare thee, honey, honey, fare thee, honey, fare thee well. Now that I've got back, I'm still, I'm not
don't you cry.
Very hungry, very well.
So long. Baby, this time I'm gone.
Very hungry, very well.
There you go. That's by request for Chris Reed in our YouTube chat room. Say hi to Chris Reed. Thank you for being here, Chris. September 1954 release on the Money record label, John Dolphin's Money Records out of Hollywood, California. That's David Ford on lead with the Hollywood Flames. Fare Thee Well is the name of the tune. I think Chris requested the flip side of that too, if I'm not mistaken, but we will hear that next week as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasures show. We fill a request for Australian listener Mark Langdale, as we stay in 1954, but this time on the Hickory record label. Now, Hickory Records, not really known for their vocal group harmony. Most of the releases were either country western or pop. I think later on, though, later on when you get into the late 50s and early 1960s, it kind of changed a little bit, into the mid-60s too, by the way. But this group, they're from Nashville, Tennessee, and believe it or not, they have 3 on the Hickory label. This is their first. This tune written by Marty Robbins, who did record this song in 1972. I mean, he wrote it in 1953, but he recorded it in 1972 on Columbia. But it was first done by Ferlin Husky. He did it in 1953. Was it for Capitol Records, maybe, I guess? But let's give a listen to this rendition by a group called the Vinyltreasures. And it's by request for Mark Langdale. It features Jimmy Sweeney on lead. This is from February 54. Jimmy Sweeney and the Vinyltreasures on Hickory Records, and their rendition of the tune I've Got a Woman's Love, from Mark.
My home is the field where I work mighty hard. I stand in the shade of heaven's reward. I'm happy and free, 'cause I've got a woman's love. She stands by my side through trouble and care. She's willing to give and willing to share. I'm so happy and free, 'cause I've got a woman's love. There's bread on our table and rest in our bed, with plenty of courage to face what's ahead. She gives me contentment when my day is done. She gave me a daughter and gave me a son. My cotton is white, there's cold in the grain. Got nothing to lose and plenty to gain. I'm so happy and free, 'cause I've got a woman's love. 'Cause I've got a woman's love.
There you go, Mark Langdale in Australia. That's Jimmy Sweeney and the Vinyltreasures. That's their first release on the Hickory label from February 54. I've Got a Woman's Love is the name of the tune. And Jim Sweeney also has solo releases, a number of solo releases on the Date and the Chick and the Columbia record label. And Jimmy also recorded as Jimmy Bell on the Hickory record label. He's kind of does some cool rockabilly records too. For a black artist there, he does. There you go. That's for Mark Langdale. Let's stay in 1954 as we fill a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. Now, some of the people that are tuned into the program, they know the songs because they either hear them on a CD or they hear them on YouTube or they hear them on another program, because a lot of the people that play the record or play the music, they're not playing records, they're playing MP3s or they're using a CD, so they really don't even know if they're been released or not. So when I got a request from Indrajit, it was a while back, for this group from Nashville, Tennessee. Actually, they were in the Tennessee State Penitentiary when they did a lot of their recording. I'm like, I don't think I know this record. I don't know this record. It was Bill Obe that brought it to my attention that it was an unreleased song, and that Sun Records put it out. And actually, they put out a few of these unreleased tunes by the Prisonaires. This was recorded February 2nd, 1954, and came out, 1976, I think, these, I don't know if you want to call it reissues. I don't know what you can call it, what you call them. I guess unreleased, I guess we can call it, unreleased material. But supposedly this was recorded at 706 Union Avenue, Sun Studios in Memphis, Tennessee. And this group formed while they were incarcerated in the Tennessee State Penitentiary. And I don't know if we can say it's their 5th of 10th, Charlene, because this was not released back in the 1950s, but it features Johnny Bragg on lead, and the UK dancers like this tune. Let's go to February 1954, although this came out in 76, and send it out to Indrajit Advani, the Prisonaires on Sun with All Alone and Lonely, the Prisonaires.
All alone and lonely, lonely, all alone and blue, because I miss the nearness, my darling, of you. Sometime I often wonder, don't know what to do. I will never be happy until I'm with you. Well, all alone and lonely, all alone and lonely, all alone and lonely. I don't know what to do, baby. All alone and lonely, all alone and lonely, all alone and lonely, and I don't know what to do. Sometimes I feel like crying, but what good would that do? Crying won't ease my heartache. It can only be by the minute. While sitting here and thinking of you. I will never be happy until I'm with you. Hey! Sometimes I feel like crying, but what good would that do? Crying won't ease my heartache. It can only be by the nearness of you. I sat in here and thinking of you. I will never be happy until I'm with you. Well, all alone and lonely, all alone and lonely, all alone and lonely, and I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do.
There you go. That's going out to UK listener Indrajit Advani. Those are the Prisoners, that is an unreleased master there that they recorded on February 2nd, 1954 at Sun Studios. So we'll say February 54 on Sun. All Alone and Lonely is the name of the tune. Johnny Bragg on lead. There's a number of unreleased things that have come out on this, I don't know, reproduction or whatever you want to call it. So at least it was, and that's how it was in the 70s. There was a lot of stuff that was coming out. Tom Trabosky would be putting out stuff on his Owl label. A lot of those were album tracks that he put out on 45. So a lot of collectors didn't want the LPs, but if they can get it on a 45, they would play it. And so that was one. Also, I think it was, what's the other label? Vintage Records. That was pretty cool because they used color vinyl there for lots of what's his name, Al Brown's unreleased masters, that would be released. And maybe there was something wrong, something like slightly off, and sometimes they were great records. Why they never released them, we'll never know. As we continue here in 1954, let's go to the Bronx, New York now. This is a flip side, which I did not play, for Big Dave's Swinger, a great two-sided 45 too, by the way. But this song is a cover that dates back to 1938. I think first recorded by Gene Austin. But we move up 16 years to April of 54 for this version by the Starlings. I think this is their debut single, I think. Yeah, on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. Larry Gales is the lead singer on this. So this goes out to Big Dave Swinger, April 54. The Starlings on Josie. It's called Music Maestro Please for Big Dave.
Think of her, music maestro, please. Tonight I must forget how much I need her. So, Mr. Leader, play your lilting melodies. Ragtime, jazz time, swing. Any old thing to help me ease the pain that sorrow too can bring. She used to like waltzes, so please don't play or walk. So divinely, and I love her so, but there I go tonight. I mustn't think of her, no more memories. Swing out tonight, I must forget. Music maestro, please. Well now, she used to like waltzes, so please don't play or walk. Well, she dances so divinely, and I love her so, but there I go tonight. I mustn't think of her, no more memories. Swing out tonight, I must forget. Music maestro, please.
There you go. That's going out to Big Dave Swinger. That is this great sound there. Great sound. of the Starlings there. That's Larry Gales on lead, April 1954 on the Josie record label, their rendition of the tune Music Maestro Please. The flip side, another great tune, My Plea for Love. You know, that was a record that the late George Tompkins turned me on to, that song there. I drove all the way up to Connecticut. I met someone at a diner. He had one record and 3 LPs, I think, on, I think they were Bo Diddley LPs, which I ended up getting. And I think he wanted $300 for the whole thing, so I took it all. Then he called me back and said he made a mistake. I said, what mistake did you make? He said, well, that record might be worth a lot more. I said, wait a minute. You said you wanted, I asked you what you wanted. And you said, would that be too much? And I said, no, it'll be fine. I'll drive all the way up and pick it up. And I did. That's what I did to get that record. There you go. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Of course, by the way, I forgot to mention that this group would later record as the Twilighters on MGM. They have 2 great records on the MGM record label. Let's continue here. And we stay in 1954 with this special request for listener Bob Bosco and his wife, Ann. We're going to send this record out to them as after the Larks on Apollo broke up, Gene Mumford joined the Golden Gate Quartet, and then he decided to form a second Larks group after that, and returned to Apollo Records, released 4 on the Apollo subsidiary Lloyd's label, and this was their first with Gene Mumford on lead. Actually not known for these up-tempo sounds here, but this is from March of 1954. Let's give a listen to the Larks by request. We'll send it out to Bob Bosco and his wife Ann. The Larks on Lloyd's. It's called Rockin' in the Rocket Room, for Bob and Ann.
You've been rockin' in the rocket room. You've been rockin' in the rocket room. You've been rockin' in the rocket room. You smiling Jack out with your Jim, a cutie ass, oh boy, what a thrill, rockin' in the rocket room. Well, rockin' in the rocket room. There's no need to broom when you're walking in the rocket room. Well, you hold her close, she's high octane, a truly supersonic Jane. You're rocking in the rocket room. Well, rocking in the rocket room. There's no need to broom when you're rocking in the rocket room.
One kiss and you're ready too soon. One kiss and you off to the moon. Will you jet propel? You're flying high, a non-stop flight right up through the sky. Rockin' and rockin', yes, rockin' and rockin'. Well, that's what happens when you're rockin' in the rocket.
Well, you're jet propel, you're flying high, a non-stop flight, baby, right through the sky. Well, there's no need to broom when you're rocking in the rocket room. You've been rocking in the rocket room. You've been rocking in the rocket room. You've been rocking in the rocket room. Rocket room.
There you go. We're going to send that one out to Bob and Ann Bosco, tuned into the Vinyl Treasure Show there. Really, the Larks could really do some upbeat tunes. Of course, they're mostly known for their great ballads there, but that is a cool rockin' tune. I know, Indrajit, you like that tune also. March 1954, the Larks there on the Lloyd's record label, Rockin' in the Rocket Room. They would also back up a gal by the name of Barbara Gale. I think she has 2 releases on the Lloyd's record label. I have one on a 78. I also, Chris, I also have this on a 78. I was going to play it last Thursday. I mean, it's clean. It looks like a pretty clean record. I got to clean it up there. I got to put it under the hot, well, not the hot water, actually the lukewarm water and some Dawn dishwashing soap to clean that out with a little bit of a soft toothbrush there. So, which is what I have to do when I clean these. That's why the 78s is sometimes so difficult for me. But again, now with this thing, with this potential hernia here, I just hope it's just a sore from lifting, heavy water bottles and the boxes that were up at the top of the shelf. But I will get it checked out. I'm going to call on Monday. I don't know, it's just bothersome. It just shouldn't be. My leg is getting better. My knee, I should say, is getting better. But now it's one thing after the other here. But at least I can listen to the music. And this is the only time I enjoy my music. Let's continue now. We have a bunch of records in 1954. And let's fill a request for listener Tommy Albergo, this singer born in Albany, Georgia, but he was raised in Gainesville, Florida. He was partially blind at age 5, then by age 7, completely blind due to glaucoma, unfortunately. But he studied classical piano and the clarinet at the State School for the Deaf and Blind Children. He was there between 1937 and 1945. First recorded for the Downbeat label in 1945. I think I have some 78s too that he does on Downbeat, which also became, I think it's morphed to Swing Time Records too. But he signed with Atlantic in 1952, had 28 releases between 1952 and 1960. Now, Tommy requested his 5th release on the Atlantic label, and this was a big R&B hit for him. This was a number 5 R&B hit for him. His name, Mr. Ray Charles, February 54 for Tommy Albergo on Atlantic. Ray Charles with It Should Have Been Me.
As I passed by a real fine hotel, a chick walked out. She sure looked swell. I gave the eye and started to carry on. When a Cadillac cruised up and swish, she was gone. It should have been me
With that real fine chick,
It should have been me.
with that real fine chick,
Hey, 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 hey.
driving that Cadillac.
A little later on, a theater I passed, I spotted another chick, and did she have class? I was all set to write her name in my book when her husband came up and gave me a real dirty look. It should have been me.
With that real fine chick,
It should have been me.
with that real fine chick,
It should have been me.
to have been her chaperone.
When I got to the corner, I saw a sharp cat with a $300 suit on and a $100 hat. He was standing on the sidewalk by a diner floor when a voice within said, "Come on, Daddy, let's go." It should have been me.
With that real fine chick,
It should have been me.
with that real fine chick,
Hey, 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 hey.
driving that diner floor.
I ate a bowl of chili, and I felt okay, at least until I passed this fine cafe. I saw a guy eating a great big steak, while a waitress stood by feeding him ice cream and cake. It should have been me.
With that real fine chick,
It should have been me.
with that
should have been me.
Getting my natural kicks,
Hey, 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 hey.
loving those
Crazy chicks.
As February 1954 release there for Ray Charles, and who in the background there? Singing with him in the background there. That's for listener Tommy Albergo. That's on the Atlantic record label. It Should Have Been Me is the name of the tune. As we continue now, we have one more in 1954, and let's fill a request for a young listener, Evan Blatt, in our YouTube chat room. This group, they hail from Harlem, New York. This is their 4th of 5 on Danny and Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. This tune co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Joe Duncan. Let's go to January of 1954. Let's give a listen to the Vocaliers. The Vocaliers on the Red Robin record label. The song is called Love You. This is for Evan.
Here is my story to the girl that I love. I love you. Honey, I love you. Hoping that you stay true. Hoping, my dear, I want you to stay, never go away, stay near and so close. I got his mountain, I crossed the deepest sea, I gone around rising to be so near and where you are. Love you, I love you, and my whole life through I will love you. I climb the highest mountain, I cross the deepest sea, I come around rising to be so near and where you are. Love you, I love you, and my whole life through I will love you.
There you go. That's going out to Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat. That's the sound of the Vocaliers. Joe Duncan and the Vocaliers from January 54. It's on the Red Robin record label. Love You is the name of the tune there. That's their 4th of 5. Their second release was their biggest hit. It was a song called Is It a Dream? But they would have 5 other releases on different labels: Paradise and Old Town and Vest and Twist Time. There you go. If you want to hear songs like this, you want to tune in to the R&B Serenade with Frank Gingaro and Gordon Skagberg. That is Sunday afternoons on WRHU 88.7 FM from 3 p.m. Eastern Time till 5, and that is live streamed on WRHU.org, and they do a wonderful job playing the music, keeping it alive, just as Johnny G does here. And I have to say, Frank Cassie is in our YouTube chat room. He did a wonderful show, Frank, you put on a couple weeks ago. I think it really was excellent. It moved well, and there were great selections. I'm actually jealous that you have that Delmira's on the Dade label. That has been on my want list for a long, long time. But Frank Cassie was just a guest host there with Gordon. But they will be on tomorrow afternoon beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on 88.7 FM out of Hofstra University, or you can listen live on the internet at WRHU.org. That's the Rhythm and Blues Serenade with Frank Gingaro, who is in our YouTube chat room, and Gordon Skagberg. So tune in tomorrow at 3. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you are, please subscribe to my YouTube page if you have not yet done so. And if you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@AOL.com. That is the hotline to get to your DJ here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here. How about a twin spin on the Red Robin record label? And this is a request for listener Adrian Viterbo, who is listening down in Mexico. He's in our YouTube chat room, as this is a duet. They are Charles and Carl, and Charles is Charles Sampson, who previously sang lead with the Velvets, and Carl is Carl Hogan. He was previously a second tenor for Richard Barrett's Valentines. They were recording as Charles and Carl on the Red Robin record label. We go to July of 1955. This is for Adrian. It's called One More Chance. That's July 55 release there. Twin spin on the Red Robin record label. We heard the Vocaliers. Here we go with Charles and Carl. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. One More Chance. is the name of that one on the Red Robin record label. Let's continue here. In 1955, we fill a request for listener Mnon as we go back out to California. This group, they are from San Francisco, California. This is their first of two on Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label. The tune written by group member Tyrone French and another member of the group who was 15 years old at the time, and it was Bobby Freeman. Well, actually, he didn't write this, but he was a member of this group. He was 15 at the time. He was a member of this group. Alvin Thomas is the lead singer on this. Let's go to December of 1955. These are the Romancers on Dutone Records. It's called I Still Remember for Mnon.
I still remember when I first met you. I locked you in my heart and threw the key away. You know I love you, so please come home and stay. I love you, you know I do. Why did you leave me feeling so blue? You know I love you, body and soul, body and soul. Why did you leave me? Why did you go? When you knew I loved you so, without you, darling, I can't go on without you. I walk alone, I am so lonely, can't even eat or even sleep at night. Yes, darling, I still remember you. I remember you. Why did you leave me? Why did you go? When you knew I loved you so. Please come back because I love you. Alone, I am so lonely, can't even eat or even sleep at night. Yes, darling, I still remember you.
Sounds of California here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. They're called the Romancers. Romancers from December 55. It's on the Dutone record label. That's their first of two. Song entitled I Still Remember. That's for Mnon. Maybe some of you still remember these songs, those of you that live the music. I did not live the music. I found out about it well, it wasn't much later, but it was later because I was listening to 60s music as like a 9-year-old. And it was my aunt that was playing these records here that first turned me on to it. Then it was the collector shows like the Time Capsule Show, all the shows on WFUV, George Tompkins, other DJs that turned me on. I went to like the next level. And then it was trying to find all the records. And it's not easy to find these records. It actually takes a lifetime to find these records. It does, a lifetime. And again, sometimes you have other obligations. You don't have a lot of disposable income. You can't, and again, records have gone up. Well, some records have gone up considerably. Others have actually dropped down in price. And lots are available now with the other, like eBay and Discogs and all those other places where you can buy records, so they're more accessible now. It wasn't, I didn't know about record shows until that guy Mark Marty at the flea market when I used to go to Yonkers Raceway Flea Market. He said, Johnny, there's a record show in White Plains on Friday night. And then I ended up going there, and that's how I started going to all these shows. As I digress, but let's continue here. Let's go back to Harlem, New York. We fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman. This is a female lead with male backing, and she is the sister to Tommy Great. He recorded with the Five Wings on the King record label, and also I think the Sonics on Groove now, and the vocal tones on Apollo, and the Marvels too, which were also known as the Dubs, and this group called the Dovers, who are backing her up. Her name is Miriam Great, and she also co-wrote this tune. Let's go to April of 1955 for Miriam Great and the Dovers on Bess Berman's Apollo Records. It's called My Angel. This is for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room.
To others, you're the only one for me. My angel, don't ever change. I'll always love you, no matter what. My angel,
As going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat, and that's Miriam Great and the Dovers from April 1955. It's on the Apollo record label. That's not an easy record to find, folks. It's hard to find that one. My Angel is the name of the tune. I was so thrilled when Spence brought that up to me. He said, Johnny, you need this. I said, Spence, where am I going to find that record? Of course I need that record. I'm going to take that record. And he sold it to me. Yes, he did. Now, this Dovers group, they also backed up a single artist by the name of Lou Bartell. I think that was his name. And some members of this group would go on to record with the vocal tones on Apollo. That's a great, they have some great songs on the Apollo record label. And she later recruited new members to reform the Dovers with releases on, I think in the late 50s, early 60s, Davis Records, I think. There's a Dovers release there, and also on the New Horizon record label. Johnny G is your disc jockey for this evening as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure show, and was a couple weeks ago. I played a request for listener Bill Olb on Morty Craft's Saxony record label out of New York City by the late Tony Middleton. It was called I'm On My Way. And, of course, he was the lead singer of the Willows, and, of course, had so many great solo releases during his career. And, of course, a big hit he had with the Willows, Church Bells May Ring. But this was his first solo effort on Morty Craft's Saxony record label. And listener Martin Tokay, who I see just came into our chat room, and Barry Schultz requested the flip side. And they mentioned, or at least I know that I remember that Barry mentioned that there is a mean killer guitar break here, as done by Mickey Guitar Baker. So listen closely to this. So let's send this one out to Barry Schultz and Martin Tokay in our YouTube chat room, February 56. Tony Middleton on the Saxony label. The song is called Lover.
Lover, always singing the blues. Lover, always singing the blues. Well, don't you stop singing, but you got to lose. Well, lover, always wearing a frown. Well, lover, always wearing a frown. Well, don't you stop complaining, 'cause you bring me down. I wanna start living a life of peace. And if you stop complaining, I'll try to please. You're the only lover, no, I satisfy. The more I try to please you, the more you cry. Lover, what makes you so cross? Lover, what makes you so cross? And if you stop complaining, you can be the boss.
That's by request there for Martin Tokay in our YouTube channel, and also for Barry Schultz there. That's Tony Middleton probably slipping away from the Willows there to do that solo effort on Morty Craft's Saxony label. That's Lover from February 56 with that mean guitar that break there. That was Mickey Guitar Baker there. That's a wild guitar there. Let's continue here in 1956. Here's a flip side. I just picked this one out. Nobody requested this flip side. Daryl, I don't think you requested this flip side here, but last week I filled a request for listener Bob Cruz, this girl group on Zell Sanders' J&S record label out of the Bronx, New York. This is when they were out of 1754 Anthony Avenue in the Bronx. Featured the J-Nets, a.k.a. the Hearts, and played the A-side called Where Are You Tonight? Again, featured Baby Washington on lead. She's also on lead on the flip side here. There is an error, though, in the typeset there. The song should be I Wanted to Be Free, but instead of an A, they have an O. So it says, it looks bad. It's I Wanted to Be Free, but that's not what it is, really. But anyway, this is from November 56, a rare girl group sound on the JNS record label, the Janettes, a.k.a. the Hearts. It's called it's called I Wanted to Be Free, with Baby Washington on lead. Those are the Janettes. The Janettes on Zell Sanders' JNS record label. That is with Baby Washington on lead there, November 1956. They were called, I said the Janettes. I Wanted to Be Free is the name of the tune. And that name, the Janettes, would not be used, I mentioned it last week, would not be used until 1963. So that was the only release for that group, or for that, using that name, until 63, when they had the big hit with Sally Go Round the Roses. Johnny G's spinning the 45's around the turntable here for a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tune here. If you do like what you hear, please give me a thumbs up. That is always good. And tell your friends about it. Make sure they subscribe to the Vinyltreasure show. We fill a request now for UK listener Indrajit Advani. Now, I think it was Marv Goldberg who mentioned in his write-up that Alan Freed played the ballad side of this 45 on his show, Soldier of Fortune. But Indrajit requested the up-tempo flip side, the song written by Jesse Stone, and this features Johnny Moore on lead. This is the group's follow-up to Ruby Baby. Let's give a listen to The Drifters. The Drifters on the Atlantic label from July 56 for UK listener Indrajit Advani. It's called I Gotta Get Myself a Woman for Indrajit.
I got to get myself a woman.
Somewhere, somehow, I need companionship, and I need it right now.
I got to get myself a woman.
Before I die, I see so many fine young things, but they are passing me by. A man needs to live a settled life with a loving and a working wife. Well, it don't matter if she's young or old, if she knows to do the things she's told and stay here beside me night and day, so nobody steals her heart away. I know what I really need so much is that loving touch.
I gotta get myself a woman.
Whoa, I'm all alone. Please hurry, let me find someone that I can call my own. If she's short or tall, or she's built up like a concrete wall, just so she knows how to wash and cook. I don't give a kitty just how she look. I don't care whatever she knows best. If she suits me, she can drop the rest. That important thing I am thinking of is a lot of love.
I gotta get myself a woman.
Oh, I'm all alone. Please hurry, let me find someone I can call my own.
There you go, the sound of the Drifters here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, Johnny Moore on lead, the great Johnny Moore, July 1956. That's for Indrajit Advani. I Gotta Get Myself a Woman. That is on the Atlantic record label. Let's go to Philadelphia now. We fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. This group had 6 releases on the Atco record label, and Joe requested their 4th, a tune written by Winfield Scott. It features Yvonne Mills on lead. Let's go to November of 1956 for the sound of the Sensations. The Sensations on the Atco record label. This is for Joe. It's called Such a Love.
You're the special boy. I'm just a girl. Such a love I have for you. Though
I got caught. Johnny G got caught here. Hold on a second here. Let me get this next record up here before I lose my mind. Okay, I think I got this right here. This is the Evan request next. All right, so there we go. That is a great sound of the Sensations there. Who mentioned that? Somebody, yeah, James Stone. You are correct. They are so underrated. The Sensations. That's Yvonne Mills and the Sensations, November 1956. On the Atco record label, Such a Love is the name of the tune. That's their 4th of 6 on Atco, and that's for listener Joe Shacatano, who let Johnny G know that a Saturday night was Joe's exact 4-year anniversary for listening to Johnny G on the Vinyl Treasure show. I played his first request on May 23rd, and 2020, and Joe keeps all these details here. And last night was request number 653, and that was last Saturday. So Joe, that means you got 653. I played one on Thursday for you, I think. I was one, and then you get 2 more tonight. So there you go. And yes, Joe, time flies when you're having fun. He's one of my most devoted listeners here to the program. So thank you, Joe, for tuning in and for your communications and for your friendship and also for listening to the program. So much appreciated here as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And let's fill a request for Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat. Now, sometimes I don't have every record that came out. So I'm still looking for a request for Frank Gingaro, and somebody else requested that. Indrajit, I think. It's like so odd when I get 2 people. Well, maybe it's not that odd. Request the same song. But I know I have it. It's somewhere in the No Humidity basement. I find them eventually. But I don't have this next song on the original label. So, but I have it like on a, and not many people have this record as it is anyway. I just don't have it. I mean, if I saw it in a box, I would buy it. I'd probably pay the money for it, especially if it was clean, but I do not have it. But supposedly it came out, I think this one that I'm playing, I think came out in 59. Maybe it doesn't look like a 59 press. Looks more like an early press, a 60's press. But originally this song came out in September of 1956. And then it was reissued in 63 on the Victory label, which I do have on red vinyl, but doesn't play as well as this Michelle reissue. Poor sound quality. But the 45 originally released on the Club label as Pat Cordell and the Crescents. Now, the Crescents included the lead singer of the Elegance. Vito Piccone was in that group, and the early Elegance. Now, the lead singer, her real name is Pat Crocchito. I think that's how you pronounce it, but she changed her name to Pat Cordell. And the song was written by Vito Piccone too, but I'm playing it on the Michelle label because that's the one that sounds the best. So originally released in September of 56, this is Pat Cordell and the Elegance on the Michelle record label. And this is, it says Elegance, I think, on here. Yeah, it says Elegance, but it really was as the Crescent. So this goes out to Evan Blatt. The song is called Darling, Come Back.
Darling, come back.
There you go. That's going out to young Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room. That is really supposed to be Pat Cordell and the Crescents, but on this Michelle reissue, which are there are a number of records on this label that are reissued, by the way. But the sound quality is pretty good, I have to tell you that much. That's Pat Cordell and the Elegance on that. That's on Michelle Records, Darling Come Back from September 1956. It really is a rare record. I saw it was available, I think at one time there was a trashed copy on eBay, but you got to be careful with sometimes they don't play that well. Look, if you get it cheap, you know what? Fine, but can't pay a lot of money for trashed records. You just can't do it. But if you get it for, on the cheap side, I think it's worth getting for sure as a label as a filler or whatever they call it. But sometimes you're never going to find the records if you want the real thing. Johnny G is the real thing. I play the real thing, although that was not the real thing. I have another one coming up that's not the real thing, but I think there's only, now known 2 copies of the record, but we'll talk about that. But let's continue here. We heard a duo earlier for Adrian Viterbo, Charles and Carl. Well, here is another male duo that I don't know much about. It's on the Groove label, Groove Records, a subsidiary of RCA. And are they from Boston, Charlene? Is that the whole deal with this? Because I didn't know what that meant. But I can only tell you that the writer here is William V. Hale, Hale. And this is a request for Emnon. Emnon, you had this. I had this as an open request for a long, long time. Finally located the record. So let's give it a spin here. From November 56, Bobby and Melvin. I wonder who they could be. It's on Groove Records. It's called Forever and a Day. Woo Woo Baby. This is for Emnon.
Ooh, baby. About what others say, I know our love will last forever and a day. Ooh, I know there are others who want us to part, but that will never happen. Only you have my heart. No, darling, it doesn't matter, 'cause I will never fear about the things the future brings, because, darling, you will always be near.
Duos here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's a nice one. And I read the writing here wrong. They are out of Boston, but there was no other information about them. That's Bobby and Melvin, Bobby and Melvin from November 56 for listener Mnon on Groove Records, Forever and a Day, parentheses, Woo Woo Baby. You would think it would be an up-tempo, but it isn't. It's a ballad. Anyway, let us continue here. So here you go, Timothy. Timothy was asking for his request that this record released in February of 56. These gals out of Middleton, Ohio, they were four sisters. They were Martha, Gail, Judy, and Mary Lou. They started recording. This was their debut single on Yes, this was their debut single on Morty Kraft's Melba record label. Now, their second record was a big hit in 1957. I'm sure many of you heard it on the radio, played by Alan Freed on the Lance label, a song called Alone. But I thought they had some cool releases, and they changed their style a bit in the early 1960s, but they recorded for many labels: Atlantic, Mercury, Big Top, Warwick, 20th Century, Fox, and this is their... So Charlene, they did 2 on Melba? I don't know what that means, but this song goes back to 1937 by Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians, but this isn't Guy Lombardo. This is the Shepherd Sisters. This is for Timothy in our YouTube chat room, February 56. The Shepherd Sisters on the Melba label with Gone with the Wind for Timothy. There you go. That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat. Those are the Shepherd Sisters. That is, so Charlene, you got their second of 2 here on Melba, it says. But this is their first of 2 from February 56. It has to be. It's Melba 101, so that's got to be their first one. I don't know. I thought they only had 1 on Melba. I'm trying to think what the other one might be. That's Gone with the Wind. There you go. That's for Timothy, as Johnny G is gone with the wind as we continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And we go to Chicago, Illinois now for this group. Known as the DAPS, D-A-P-S. I showed you and I don't know which one is first. There's the flat label label, the flat black label, and a shiny label. But the only thing is they're both styrene. I hate styrene 45s, I do. But this is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. This is on the Mar-Terry label, which was named after Leonard Chess's son, Marshall, and his brother, Phil... His brother... Phil... Wait a minute. His brother Phil Chess... Wait. And brother Phil Chess. Son. Oh, it says song. It should be son Terry. So there you go. So they got the two kids, and they named the group after... Named the label after the kids. It says song instead of son. But anyway, the label would then become Argo Records, which is interesting. So Mark Terry became Argo Records, and after bandleader Ralph Martery, who lived in Chicago and recorded for Mercury, complained. That's interesting. So he complained about the name. It was too close to his. But not much is known about this group. This is the first on the label, and it was a number 2 record if you were listening on WHLS in Port Huron, Michigan. So here you go, Daniel Kubacki, February 56, The Daps on Martery. It's called When You're Alone, for Daniel.
When you're alone, darling, please think of me. When you're alone, is it love that you see while you're away? Sometimes cry to think you said you loved me and now it's goodbye. When you're alone, do you feel my touch? When you're sorry, dear, I know I'm to blame. Forgive me, please forgive me. Our love is still the same. Oh, please come home. My heart will yearn to know it's you, my darling, for I have you.
That's a nice tune there. I like that record. I do. The Daps there by request for listener Daniel Kubacki, February 56 on the Martery or Martery, however you want to say, but it's the two first names together, Mar and Terry. There you go. When You're Alone is the name of the tune. You're never alone when you're tuned into the Vinyl Treasure Show. I'm your host, DJ Johnny G. This is our third show of the week. I was here Wednesday evening at 9 p.m. playing Soul 45's out of my collection. And then Thursday we did the All 78 show, another smashing success for that show. And some of those records, I got emails from people that said the Johnny Ace 78 sounded really good on there. Of course, those early ones are a little crackly with that impure vinyl, but the 78 show is really taking off. I'll try to keep it up as long as I can. We'll see. And then this is the third show of the week, the big show of the week, as we continue here in 1956. We fill a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Now, on September 11th of 1956, the Harp Tones were a recording for George Gollner's Rama record label. He lured them away. I think they were on the Andrea label prior to this. And he lured them away. They recorded 3 songs that day. On Sunday Afternoon, The Shrine of St. Cecilia, and Ooey Baby. But before Gollner could release any of those songs, I forget which one they did, Leo Rogers and Sid Archie, who just started a new label called Tip Top Records, beat them to the punch, put out a 45 by the Harp Tones. And but it was 2 sides that they recorded when they were with the Andrea label, and one side was a resung version of My Memories of You, but Tommy requested the flip side, and it features the great Willie Winfield on lead, and it's an up-tempo. These Harp Tones, not only did they do great ballads, they also could do the up-tempo sides. This is from September 56, the Harp Tones on the Tip Top label. This is for Tom Shaughnessy. It's called High Flyin' Baby.
Oh, you stay in bed till way past 12 o'clock. You don't wash a dish or even dine a sock. Then when I come home, all you wanna do is rock. You make up your face with lipstick, rouge, and paint, and you paint yourself where you just know you ain't. Then you stir around looking like a newborn saying, well, you're a hot line baby, having yourself a ball. Yes, you're a hot line baby, having yourself a ball. But the higher you fly, the harder you gonna fall. I bring home a pay, not a nickel have I spent. You spend my money till I'm down to my last cent. When the landlord comes, nothing left to pay the rent. Well, you're a hot line baby, having yourself a ball. Yes, you're a hot line baby, having yourself a ball. But the higher you fly, the harder you gonna fall. Well, you're a hot body baby, high body baby, high body baby, high body baby, having yourself a ball. I can't figure out why I love you like I do. After all the misery you put me through. But there'll come a time when I'll be rid of you. Well, you're a hot rod baby, having yourself a ball. Yes, you're a hot rod baby, having yourself a ball. But the higher you fly, the harder you gonna fall. Well, you're a hot rod baby, high rod baby, high rod baby, high rod baby. The harder you fly, the harder you gonna fall.
There you go. That's for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Those are the great Harp Tones Harp Tones with Willie Winfield on lead. September 1956 release, High Flyin' Baby is the name of the tune. Yeah, did I say it right? Yes, I did. And that's on the Tip Top record label. I got two like variations in the label. This is like a small logo Tip Top. I think that's Brian. I got that from Norm's collection. And then like the one that I think is the well, I get maybe it's an East Coast versus West Coast press. I don't know. That would probably be it. The bigger print Tip Top, which I think is an East Coast press, as Johnny G babbles on. Let's move into 1957. Here's a great two-sided 45. I don't think Big Dave, I played you this side of the record though. I might have played it on the countdown that we did earlier in the year. I think it might have made the 57 countdown. But this is a great New York City group, their first of two on Ben Smith's and Bill Bass Gordon's Teenage record label, written by the lead singer. His name is Eddie Jones. We'll send this one out to Big Dave Swinger, August 1957. Let's give a listen to The Demons. The Demons on Teenage. It's called Take Me As I Am. The Demons for Big Dave.
So if you want me, take me as I am. Here I am, just a plain Joe. I don't know any more than any man could know. So if you want me, take me as I am. I'm not at all a genius, nor do I want to be. I'm not perfect, for no one is, you see. So if you want me, take me as I am. Know just how to treat you, to make you love me strong. I couldn't love anyone else, for you blind my eyes to. Come to me, talk to me, let me know what you see. Tell me, dear, you take me as I am. Tell me, dear, you take me as I
Yeah, those are the Demons there. The Demons going out to Big Dave Swinger from August 57 on the Teenage record label. That is Eddie Jones on lead. Take Me As I Am is the name of the tune. Now, Eddie Jones, he wrote that tune. Now, when the Duprees, they sang that, the flip side of their big hit, You Belong to Me, they didn't give credit to Eddie Jones. I don't know if there was some litigation or whatnot. I know the Duprees do a great version on that too, but I think that's the best. That is the best version in my opinion, and their second release is much harder to find. Eddie Jones, of course, he would become the lead singer of the Emersons that recorded for the Newport and I think Cub labels, then went on to have a solo career, and as I mentioned, covered by the Duprees. As we continue here and we go to Chicago, Illinois, fill this request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This is the group's fourth overall release, which came out on Sid Nathan's Federal record label, written by group member Howard Pittman. It features Johnny Chubby Jones on lead. Let's go to July of 1957 for the great sound of the 5 Chances on the Federal label. It's called Tell Me Why. This is for Gordy Freeman.
Smile, not even a sigh. But darling, please tell me why. Oh, you left me, didn't even say goodbye. Write me a letter and explain why. Darling, please tell me why. Well, now, darling, you know how I love you. To you, my heart, I bring. Yes, but the way that you mistreated me, oh, it's a long shame. But darling, please tell me why. Oh, darling, you know I love you. To you, my heart I bring. But the way that you mistreated me, darling,
It's a low down dirty shame, yeah. Please tell me why.
That's a great record there. It is. Those are the 5 Chances there. From July 1957, by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's on the Federal record banner. Song entitled Tell Me Why. That's with Johnny Chubby Jones on lead. Great 2-sided 45. And I played my stock copy. I have 2 promos and a stock. And that plays the best of the 2. It does. But they, of course, have their other releases are great, too. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you're new to the program, please consider to subscribe to my YouTube channel. As we are in the year 1957, let's go to this singer from, is it Pittston, Pennsylvania, I think it is. And someone came in my chat room last week. His name was Eli Funkenstein. He wanted to hear, I think he was looking for samples of songs. I think, was it him, Charlene? I forget. But he wanted to hear Jerry Granahan. Of course, Jerry Granahan did a lot for the music, and he wanted to hear a hit called Click Clack, but I liked the flip side of that song. So I decided to flip the 45 over. Now, of course, Jerry Granahan, I think his first hit was a song on Sunbeam, from 1958, called No Chemise, Please. I think that's what it's called. Not my favorite. But here he is as lead singer, Dickie Doo, with his group called The Don'ts. And, of course, the flip side of this was a hit called Click Clack. But the B-side, which is actually the intended A-side, this says this is on Swan Records. This is the A-side. I think girls are backing him up. The first of 6 he did on the Swan record label. This was number 41 on WAEB in Allentown, Pennsylvania. That was an excellent radio station, by the way. They dumped all of their records. They dumped them in a landfill, and some of the collectors were able to get great records out of that landfill before they dumped all this dirt on top of the records, because I have some in my collection. Some really rare stuff too. But anyway, let's go to December 57. Dickie Do and the Don'ts. That's Jerry Granahan. He's the lead singer, and he co-wrote this. The flip side of Click Clack, it's called Did You Cry?
Did you cry? Did you cry when we said our last goodbye? Well, I cried. Oh, how I cried when I saw him by your side. Did you care? Did you care when you found I wasn't there? Well, I cared. Oh, how I cared for the dreams we no longer share. Well, I'll walk down that lonesome road, and if you want me, dear, just follow the path I'll leave in tears, and we'll make up for all of those years. Did you pray? Oh, did you pray? And if you did, tell me, what did you say? Well, I pray, oh, how I pray that you forgive the mistakes I've made.
That's December 1957, so we'll send that one out to Eli, as I don't want to play a big hit here on Click Clack, but I'll play that B-side there, which I think is a better song. Dickie Do and the Don'ts. That's Jerry Granahan on lead there. On Swan Records out of Philadelphia, a song entitled Did You Cry? Johnny G not crying, although I am in a little bit of pain, I will say that. But let's continue, and we stay in 1957. This is the last record in 57 with a request for listener Timothy in our YouTube channel. Now, this singer was, I think he was a member of the Sheiks that recorded for the Federal record label, and more notably, though, he sang in a duo or duet with Jesse Belvin. They were known as the Clicks, and that was on the Modern label, and he really had one big hit on Leon Renee's Class record label, a song called Pretty Girls Everywhere. But this is his debut solo release. Came out on Art Roop's Specialty record label, a tune written by Marvin Phillips. He was half of the duo Marvin and Johnny. This is from June of 1957 for Timothy. Let's give a listen to Eugene Church. It's on Specialty. It's called Open Up Your Heart for Timothy.
Open up your heart, let your daddy in. I want to make love to you for now and evermore. Open up your eyes, can't you realize Well, I know you know what this is all about. Don't tell me that you love me. I said just get on away from me. Things ain't what they used to be. Open your eyes. Can't you realize that you're the whole world to me? Baby, baby, can't you see? Honey, 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 baby, baby, baby. Well, no, I know you know what this is all about. Don't tell me that you love me. I said just get on away from me. 'Cause things ain't what they used to be. Whoa, open your eyes. Can't you realize that you're the whole world to me? Ooh, baby, 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 can't you see?
That's a great tune there by Eugene Church, going out to Timothy. Timothy in our YouTube chat, and that is his debut solo release on Art Roop's specialty label from June 57. Open Up Your Heart is the name of the tune. Johnny G opening up his record collection for you, the Vinyl Treasure listener, and hope you're digging on the tunes here as we are in 1958 now. Let's do another flip side request. This one for Tom Shaughnessy and listener Daryl Letts. Last week, Tom requested Johnny Ross on the Corvette record label out on the West Coast there with My Dreams Have Gone. Tom also requested the flip side as well as Daryl Letts, a tune written by the lead singer. His name is Johnny Ross. It's produced by Chuck Tequila Rio. Let's go to September 58. Johnny Ross and group on Corvette. It's called That's What You Mean to Me for Daryl and Tom Shaughnessy.
Bang, bang, boo, way on, you bang, bang, way on, you bang, bang, way on, you bang,
That's what you mean to me, to me.
you go. That is by request for listener Tom Shaughnessy and Darrell Letts. That's Johnny Ross and a Group. That one there from September 58. That record's as old as your host, Johnny G. That's What You Mean to Me. That one there on the Corvette record label. And we stay in 1958. We go to Brooklyn, New York. Fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat. And this group had 14 releases on George Goldner's N record label between 1958 and 1961. Their biggest hit was a song called Tears on My Pillow. But did you know the follow-up to that tune? This is the follow-up that Joe requested, a song written by Richard Barrett. It did nowhere near what Tears on My Pillow and the flip side, Two Kinds of People in the World did. This charted number 87 on Billboard, 24 on the R&B charts, but it did do well in some local markets like WEAM, where it was number 5, and that was in Arlington, Virginia, and also at number 5 on WUST in Bethesda, Maryland. It features Anthony Guardine, a.k.a. Little Anthony, on lead. Here is Little Anthony and the Imperials from October 58, going out to Joe Shacatano. The song is called So Much. That's going out to Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat. And that's a great sound of Little Anthony and the Imperials on the George Goldner's N record label from October 58. Song entitled So Much is the name of the tune. We stay in the year 1958 here and fill a request for listener Paul Michel. Now, I'm wondering if Paul saw an auction. There's a recent auction. John Tefteller just put out an auction of some big records. And they aren't in the greatest shape, but some of them are very rare. And the one that Paul requested, which is in the auction, there was at one time only one known copy of this record, but evidently there are two, and sometimes when there's two, there may be three. But I don't know what happened with this record, but it just it just was never around. And I don't know the story about this group either, but it's on Don Roby's Backbeat record label out of Houston, Texas. The writer on here, although the group members get credit, I mean, just as the group, they're called the Windsors, but the name in the writer is Al. I can't see it. Al Lewis. And I don't know if that's I mean, I have an Al Lewis on, is it Jody Records or Rhythm Records possibly? But I don't know if it's him. And I really didn't get a chance to do any research on it my own. Charlene did it last minute because she didn't get these requests from me in time before she lost her internet connections. So, but it's Lee Scott and the Windsors, and of course this is a reproduction on red vinyl because nobody had this record. Now I don't know if this is a copy of Val's copy, because supposedly he was the only one that had this record, but maybe not. Maybe there were two copies at the time, but it's available, and it's going to probably go for a lot of money because there's a lot of collectors that are looking for this record, but I don't know. But at least we can hear it. And Paul Michel requested it from March 58. But I am not playing an original, folks, and I will tell you that. This is the second non-original I'm playing on the night. Lee Scott and the Windsors. It's on Backbeat Records, and I think it's a great two-sided record in my opinion. This side that Paul requested is called My Gloria. This is Lee Scott and the Windsors on Backbeat. That's by request for listener Paul Michel. That's Lee Scott and the Windsors on a bootleg. That is not an original. It's a reproduction that I played on the Backbeat record label, Don Roby's Backbeat label out of Houston, Texas from March 58. My Gloria is the name of the tune. I see, Daryl, you mentioned it. It shows up on Marvin Pod's book for 8,000. I would think that possibly the copy that is in this auction went for that originally way back. Whoever this person is that bought that 45, that's what I would think. But this is not an easy record to find in any condition, really. And too bad John didn't have sound bites that you can hear these records with, because I think for me, if I was able to hear the record, then I would be able to make a decent thing. But since I can't, and I wouldn't want to risk it, to be honest with you. So unless I was able to see the record, like, I'm not going to say that I don't have a big record in my collection, which I do have, but I was able to see it and hear it, and it was authenticated. So, you know, and when you start talking about big records like that, then, you know, you're you're in another stratosphere. So I just think, you know, that people need to tread lightly when they do these things. Anyway, that's Johnny G babbling on here. We are in the year 1958. Let's fill a request for listener Oldies Fan, a.k.a. Joseph Smith, in our YouTube chat room. This group formed in City High School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. They had 3 releases on the Mercury record label. This was their first. A song co-written by the lead singer. His name is Mike Alday. And the other members of this group were Jack Bookout, Curtis Harmon, and Ted Schreiner. This was a #1 record, believe it or not, on WAMP in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the group is called The Cardigans. The Cardigans. And this is by request for Joe Smith. And now that we are in the month of graduations, it's appropriate to play this record from January 58. The Cardigans on Mercury. It's called Your Graduation Means Goodbye, for Oldies Fan.
Your graduation makes me sad when I think of the fun we've had. If you leave me now, I'll be part of your past, though my love will last. Means goodbye. I watch you leave with just a sigh. I'll be sad, I'll be blue, I'll always love you, though your graduation means goodbye. I'll be blue, I'll always love you, though your graduation means goodbye. Your graduation means goodbye.
As by request for Oldies Fan in our YouTube chat, we'll also send it out to Lenny G in our chat room. He likes that tune, The Cardigans, there from January 1958. That's their debut single on the Mercury record label. Your Graduation Means Goodbye is the name of the tune. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures in 1958. Fill a request for listener Bob Cruz in Maryland, as this group, they hail from Richmond, Indiana. This is their only release, though, that came out on the Conquest label, which is out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, the song, to me, sounds very familiar to a song done as the B-side on the VJ label by the Magnificents, as when they reissued a song, the Up on the Mountain of 45 on VJ Records, they flipped it with a song called Let's Do the Cha-Cha, and it reminds me of this record, which is not the Johnny Keys group, by the way, but that was recorded in March of 58. This one came out in June of 58, so maybe they stole from that one, but they didn't. But so I don't know what happened with this. But anyway, these are the Drakes. And it features Don Davis on lead from June 58 for Bob Cruz. It's called Ooh Wee So Good. The Drakes on Conquest.
Do we so good, bumpy dooby doo, we so good, bumpy dooby doo, we so good, bumpy dooby. Mambo rock the mambo, show the mambo rock and roll. The mambo, chitty chitty bom, you know it's a mambo, chitty chitty bom, do the mambo, make sure holler, catch your baby jig, away way, bumpy dooby wop mo, mambo, chilly chilly go, mambo, really go, mambo, chitty chitty mambo, rock the mambo, show the mambo, rock and roll. Well, I never danced to the mambo, chitty chitty bom, the mambo, chitty chitty bom, me up to the hot mambo. Now they call me the Mambo Kid. Bom ba bom bom I think it's really chilly cool. Bump de doobie wop, so bump the mambo, chilly chilly bump, the mambo, chilly chilly bump the mambo, makes you feel oh it's so good, chilly chilly cool, really cool. Bum ba bum bum I can do the rock and roll. I think it's really chilly cool. Bum de doobie wop, so bum along to the hot mambo, chitty chitty bum. I really wish you had the mambo, chitty chitty bum. Rock and roll, mambo, mambo, makes you feel oh it's so good, chilly chilly cool, really cool, chilly chilly cool, really cool.
Yeah, they're called the Drakes. The Drakes by request for Bob Cruz in Maryland, June 58 release on the Conquest record label. Ooh Wee So Good is the name of the tune. If you think Johnny G's show is Ooh Wee So Good, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and click the bell to get all notifications when Johnny G goes live, and give me a thumbs up if you like what Johnny G is doing. Let's stay in 58. We fill a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. He wants to send this one out to all you chatters and also to Johnny G. This is on Lou Chudd's Night record label, subsidiary of Imperials. I played the flip side of this. I think it was Daniel Kubacki that requested the flip side of this by a group called the Popsicles. What is that? This Is the End, I think was the name of the song. But Mike Sape requested the flip, and no info on this group, but I think they are a duo. That is my opinion. This is from September 58. The Popsicles on the Night record label by request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Johnny G and the Chatters. It's called Thumbprint.
And I can't tell her so myself.
initial. I love her. I love her wherever she may be. So please find her. Find her and give her these things for me.
Thumbprint, initial. I love her. I love her so. Heaven above her, give her these things for me. Whoa.
Guiding angel, here is my thumbprint and my initial. Please give them to her for me so that she might find me wherever she may be. And tell her I love her. I love her so very, very desperately.
Thumbprint, initial. I love her. I love her so. Heaven above her, give her these things for me.
There you go. That's a by request from Mike Save, sending it out to Johnny G. Thank you, Mike, and also all the chatters there. The Popsicles, September 58 release on Night Records. Thumbprint is the name of the tune. And let's move into 1959 now, as I received a email request for William Quigley. He wanted me to play something by the 5 discs. So I said, well, what about we play the 5 discs rarest 45 for William Quigley. This group originally from Brooklyn, New York, and this is on the Dwayne record label, DWAIN. That's Billy Martin's Dwayne label. And this came out twice, and they re-recorded both sides of the record. And I don't know, either they didn't like the first way and then they redid it, but I prefer the first way. It sounds better to me. I'll play a little bit of the second release. So I decided to play this one for you, William Quigley. This is the true first press on the Orange label. It really is hard to find. This is Mario D'Andrade on lead, and he co-wrote the song from March of '59. These are the 5 discs on Dwayne, and this is the first release of a song called Roses for William Quigley.
Tell me that Roses need sunshine. Roses need dew. And heaven knows how I need you. Please tell me that you need me too. The rain in the springtime brings life to the road. Your love like springtime brings life to my heart. Please say you love me, life together we'll start. Oh yes, we'll start. Yes, roses and love both need the same air. Without them they die. Joy to share. Roses need sunshine. Roses need dew. And heaven knows how I need you. Please tell me that you need me too.
So there you go. I played both versions. That is the redone version of a song called Roses. First issued, I think, probably about a month later. Does it have it here, Charlene? You have it a month later or two? But that's March 59. The Orange Press is really a hard record to find. The green copy, or the teal, I think, is as Brian Baker mentioned, is the easier one to find. Those are the 5 discs. We'll send it out to William Quigley there, the 5 discs with Roses on the Dwayne record label. Let's continue here. And last week I filled a request for listener Adrian Viterbo in Mexico, a rare 45 out of Reading, Pennsylvania, on Grover Barber and Russ Golding's B label by a group called the Teen Kings. Prior to that, they recorded as the Del Reys on the Chord label, but this was their second release. And Adrian requested the ballad side called Tell Me If You Know. Came out in February of 59. Darrell Letts requested the up-tempo flip. The tune features Walter Lockman Jr. on lead. Let's go to February of 59. This is on the B label. The Teen Kings with That's a Teenage Love for Darrell Letts.
Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, tra-la-la-la, woo, yeah. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, woo. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la, woo. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la, woo. Tra-la-la-la-la, woo.
that's going out to Daryl in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Teen Kings. The Teen Kings there with Walter Lockman on lead. That's February 1959. That's an ultra rare 45 on the B label out of Reading, Pennsylvania. Tell me, no, it's called That's a Teenage Love, and you're not gonna find this. You might as well buy the bootleg, the red vinyl bootleg. They play good. Although it's hard to even understand the words on that song, it is. But all the originals that were pressed, they were destroyed by the record company. Don't know why they did that, but they did. And this group would later record as the Delights on the Night record label. And again, they do a in-demand Northern Soul record on Cuppy called Lover. Johnny G is your disc jockey here as we join Oldies and More Radio. And it is the witching hour here, so welcome. We are I'm your host, Johnny G, and I'm here from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight. We do overtime live on Oldies and More Radio, spinning 1950s and early 60s, 45's, and all requests out of my collection. We are in the year, we do it chronologically, in the year 1959, and let's fill a request for new listener. Actually, not new listener. He's been tuned into the program for the last 4 months. He just was able to get the internet. He is from Alabama. His name is Gary Hendren. Thank you, Gary, for your email and your information on how you're collecting and what you have in your collection and your favorite tunes. He sent me 2 requests. This was one of them. This singer from Morganton, North Carolina, initially was a member of a country group called Joe Franklin and the Mimosa Boys. Then they signed with the Mercury record label as the Highlighters in 1959, and then this singer left to go solo. His name was Darryl Petty. Darryl Petty with 1 R, or Darryl. Is that how you say it? But it looks like Darryl. No, it's got to be Darryl. Darryl, you spell your name with 2 R's. This is 1 R, D-A-R-Y-L Petty. And this is on the Hornet record label. There is an uncredited vocal group singing with him. I don't know who they are, but this is from November 59. We send it out to Gary Hendren, Darryl Petty, and group on Hornet. It's called Flaming Love.
Ba 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 ba.
Flame burning high
Has gone out to Gary Hendren of Alabama, the sound of Darryl Petty from November '59. That's on the Hornet record label. I didn't even notice that, Mike, out of Connecticut, Westport, Connecticut. There, Darryl Petty with "Flaming Love," and I found a whipped stock copy of that at the flea market, Yonkers Raceway Flea Market, for $0.25, and then I ended up upgrading this. I think Greg offered me this record a long, long time ago, so I thought it was pretty good. I file it. Anyway, there you go. That's for Gary. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Let's fill this request for Jim Lampley in Texas. This singer recorded with his group Little Butchie Saunders. Wait, he sang lead with the L chords, I think. Prior to this, and also on Charlene, on Herald, right? And what was his group called? Butchie Sanders and the what? As I totally draw a blank. But here's a record on the Angletone record label, Thomas Robinson's Angletone record label. This is the flip side of Over the Rainbow. From June of '59 for Jim Lampley. It's Little Butch and the Vells. It's called Sometimes Little Girl. This is for Jim in Texas. I think that is an early master because he sounds so much younger there for some reason. I don't know what it is, but yes, Frank Chingaro mentioned it. He was the lead singer of the Buddies, Little Butchie Saunders and his buddies on the Herald record label. That was back in August of 1956. This is later. It was released in 50. I bet you that was earlier. That was earlier there. That from November of '59. No, from June of '59. Little Butch and the Vells with Little Butchie Saunders on lead on Angletone Records. Sometimes Little Girl. The flip side is Over the Rainbow. But he was younger there. So those were masters that were sold to Thomas Robinson of Angletone Records. Let us continue. Here's fill a request for listener Amnon as we go to New Orleans, Louisiana for this next singer. And he was pretty much head of the house band that recorded for Johnny Vincent's Ace record label out of Jackson, Mississippi. But he had a bunch of 45s that were released in the 1950s and the 1960s. His biggest hit was a song called Don't You Just Know It, and it was by Huey Piano Smith and the Clowns. That was his group. And on this release, doesn't mention the Clowns though, but there is a group backing, I think they're on this, and you definitely can hear his piano. And this is his 7th of 16 releases on the Ace record label, and this is one he wrote. This is by requested by listener Emnon, May 59, Huey Smith on Ace. It's called Genevieve for Emnon.
Can you see I've had enough, that's all for me. Can you see I've had enough, that's all for me. Genevieve, open up your heart and set me free. When I'm a girl, then I want me coming back. When I'm a girl, then I want me coming back. Genevieve, you did me wrong, let's face the fact. I know you know I was a fool for you. Yeah, you know I was a fool for you. Genevieve, can have your pie and eat it too. Coming back. When I'm a girl, you know I won't be coming back. Genevieve, you did me wrong, let's face the fact. Yeah, Genevieve. Yeah, Genevieve.
There you go, by request for Emnon. That's the sound. I lost my place here. That's the sound of Huey Smith without the Clowns there, but he is definitely playing the piano on there. May 1959 on the Ace record label. His 7th release on Ace, Genevieve, is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1960. We go to Connecticut for this group. It's on the Bay record label. This is a request for listener Paul Michelle. This isn't an easy record to find either. Now, the interesting thing is they're trying to do a cover of the 5 discs I Remember. Now, I don't think it's as good as the 5 discs at all, but they attempted this. The music is being provided by Tony Agbay and the Continentals. Let's give a listen to the Ember Tones. The Ember Tones on the Bay label from 1960, going out to Paul Michelle as they're doing a cover of the 5 discs I Remember.
Ba 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 la 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 wa wa wa.
Ba 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 la 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 wa wa wa. Ba 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 la 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 wa wa wa. Oh 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 oh.
I remember when your lips met mine. I held you tight all of the time, and now you know that I love you so.
I remember.
Then you got mad and left me blue, with my head spinning over you. Now I remember when you used to care. Oh well, my head is spinning, and tell me where can you be found? Now that you're gone, oh, I'm so alone. Oh, please, my darling, won't you come home? 'Cause I remember when you used to oh, well, my head is spinning and my heart is turning around. I'm walking in a day. Now tell me where can you be found? Now that you've gone, oh, I'm so alone. Oh, please, my darling, won't you come home? Now I remember when we used to care. I remember.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. You know, they need a drummer on there. Was there a drummer in that record? Sound like they had minimal instrumentation there, but they were trying to do the 5 discs tune. I Remember. There you go, 1960 for Paul Michel, the Ember Tones on the Bay record label, their rendition of the tune I Remember. Let's stay in 1960 as we go out to the West Coast with this request for Chris Reed. This group formed while attending Fremont High School in Los Angeles, first recording as The Miracles on John Dolphin's Cash record label. That was in 1955. Then they signed with Bob Ross's Ardell label, first backing up Patty Ross. Then they would record their signature song that October of 1956 called The Way You Look Tonight. But they would eventually leave Ardell Records in 57 with releases on Ebb and Original Sound Records. And then with the early 60s resurgence of the music, Ardell would re-release The Way You Look Tonight by Bob Ross. Label owner Bob Ross then put out an old master by the group. They recorded in 56, but he released this on his Ardell label in July of 1960. And this is a request for listener Chris Reed from July 60, well, really recorded in 1956, the Jaguars on Ardell Records with Don't Go Home. This is for Chris Reed.
Gee, I didn't know it was so late. I'd better go home now.
That's a nice tune there by request for listener Chris Reed. Those are the Jaguars from July 1960 on the Ardell record label. Don't Go Home is the name of the tune. At least the release date is July 1960. Recorded back in sometime in mid-1956 there. Frank Gingaro mentions that it's possible that Patty, what did I say her name? Patty Ross, who they backed up on the Ardell label, might have been in the beginning there. It probably is Frank, because who else would they have? She was probably hanging around in the studio there. So I would think that would be the case. And you want to tune in to the Rhythm and Blues Serenade tomorrow afternoon on WRHU 88.7 FM, beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 to 5, live also on the stream at WRHU.org, 3 to 5 tomorrow, Sunday. And again, your hosts are Frank Gingaro and Gordon Scatberg. Thank you, Frank, for that information. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, maybe I will wind down here and get it done quickly. And I was 20 minutes late, too, by the way. But let's go. We are in 1960. This fill a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Now, the members of this group were from White Plains, New York, and Yonkers, New York, in Westchester County. That's close to your host, Johnny G. This is their debut single. It came out on George Goldner's Gold Disc record label. Features Frank Camerata on lead. This charted number 11 on WLS in Chicago. So going out to Tom Shaughnessy, these are the Dreamers from December 60 on Gold Disc. It's called Teenage Vows of Love for Tom.
One starry night, while walking through the park, holding hands, embracing you as we kissed in the dark. You and I looked up at stars above, and then I whispered softly the teenage vows of love. One, I vowed to give my love to you and only you alone. Two, and as you wear this ring of mine, your heart will have a home. I vow that I will cherish you for as long as I may live, and give you love and happiness, all that's possible to give. These vows of love I offer you until the end of time. Come closer to me, darling, and tell me you are mine. Shoo-be-doo-be-doo-be-doo. I vow that I will bring you just anything you need. And if you were to ask me, I'd do just any deed. I vow we'll be together as the moon and stars above, and I vow that I will keep the teenage vows of love.
As by request for Tom Shaughnessy there, the debut single for the Dreamers from December 1960. It's on the Gold Disc record label, Teenage Vows of Love. That is with the Frank Camerata on lead. And that's the person I met his son And I found he put a blurb in the Penny Saver that he had 1950s records to sell. This is a long time ago. And he had to sell them because he was allergic to dust and mold. And he had these records in the basement. I was like, are these your father's records? And he was working at WCBS FM at the time. And we were talking to him about his father. He gave me a bunch of cassettes that his father did with I think the Revised Dreamers. And it was actually pretty cool talking to him. And I got a good deal. That's where I got the first copy of I Remember on MG by the 5 discs. Nice copies of that. They were nice and clean shape too. He took care of his records. But anyway, of course, they also followed it up with a release on the Cousins record label. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime in 1960. Let's fill a request for a new listener, Gary Hendren in Alabama. This is a rare record out of Austin, Texas. Actually, I'm just guessing on the date. It just maybe because of the matrix numbers on this label called Echo Records. And they have just this one release. They're called the Premiers from 1960 on Echo. The song is called Until. We'll send it out by request for Gary Hendren. They're called the Premiers on the Echo record label out of Austin, Texas. My nephew's working in Austin, Texas. That's 1960. That's going out to Gary Hendren from Alabama, a song entitled Until. And then Mike Sape is asking Johnny G what the flip side of this is. The flip side is a song called A Groovy, which is pretty interesting. Was groovy even... When did groovy come out as a word? Maybe the date is even wrong. Although that sounds like a 1960 record, I have to say. Let's continue. We move into 1961 with a request for listener Tommy Albergo. This group is thought to be from Connecticut, but the label is out of Wilmington, Delaware. It's Vince Rago's Ritchie record label. The record started getting lots of airplay in the Delaware area with the side called Please Don't Cheat on Me. Then Morris Levy entered the picture with an offer that Vince couldn't refuse. And he ended up pressing up the labels and would distribute the record. So you can check your copy on this, Tommy, if you have this record. Does it say distributed by Roulette Records? But the true first press doesn't say that. It doesn't have anything on the label. No, they're really hard to find. And I'm spinning the first press here. Let's go to July of 61 for the Sinceres. The Sinceres on the Ritchie label. This is for listener Tommy Albergo. This is the B-side. It's called If You Should Leave Me, for Tommy. There you go. That one there going out to listener Tommy Albergo. They're called the Sinceres. The Sinceres from July 61 on the Ritchie record label. If You Should Leave Me is the name of the tune. Darrell Letts wants the flip side next week. We'll play the flip side next week for Darrell Letts as we continue here. And we are in 61. And let's fill a request for Mike Sape in Connecticut. Wants to send it out to Bob Hannes and Reed King. I didn't see them this evening here. They're going to have to listen to it on the archive. This group out of Los Angeles, California, which is kind of odd because this is a Philadelphia label. They're called the Stompers, and this tune co-written by a group member, Leonard Capizzi. It's produced by Gary Paxton and George Mottola and Bobby Boris Pickett. Of course, Bobby Boris Pickett, he did the Monster Mash, and which I think he was a member of this group, potentially. But this is from December 61. They're called the Stompers out of Los Angeles on Landa Records. Requested by Mike Sape, going out to Reed and Bob Hannes. It's called Foolish One.
I've cried all my tears, dear. I've taken the blame. My heart can't forget you. It whispers your name. Please try to forgive me. I know that I'm the foolish one. Foolish one. Alone in my sorrow,
I can see how much I need you. Please come back to me. Please try to forgive me. I know that I'm the foolish one. Foolish one.
Shattered dreams and a broken heart. Memories of you, dear, since we've been apart. They are all that I have left now.
Give one more chance to this foolish one. Foolish one. Now I've told you my story. Now you can see how much I need you. Please come back to me. Our dreams can come true, dear, if you return to this foolish one. Foolish one. Foolish one. Foolish one. Foolish one. Foolish one. Foolish
December 61 release there for the Stompers by request for Mike Sape in Connecticut, going out to Bob Hannes and Reed King. Foolish One is the name of the tune. That's on the Landa record label. The group would later change their name to the Cordials, that recorded on the Ravel label in 1962. And we move into 1962 with this request for listener MBS Unlimited. This group from, is it Chislehurst, Chislehurst, wait a minute. It's not New Jersey. I think it's Pennsylvania. Is it Pennsylvania or New Jersey, as I'm losing my mind? I thought it was Pennsylvania. But they included I think it's Pennsylvania, not New Jersey, Johnny G. They included Calvin Henderson, Alex Lancaster, Calvin McDonald, Ronald Turner, and the lead singer Tyrone Johnson, recording as Tyrone and the Newports. This is their first of two on the Darrow on Joe Ricci's Darrow label out of Philadelphia. And the lead singer, he mentioned Tyrone Johnson, for September 62. It's called The Combination. This is for MBS Unlimited.
Shooby-doo-bop, shooby-doo-wop, shooby-doo-bop, shooby-doo-wop, shooby-doo-wop. Great sensation, domination. There's a new dance in town. All the kids are putting it down. You can learn to just stick around. And domination, like your left, like your right. Tell your girl she's got it right. Pony up and pony back. When you hit the road, Jack, well now you got that on once and you got that on twice. Tell that girl she's looking nice. Make the right move, then you're in a groove. Now you're looking. I got a girl, her name is Chris. She loves to do the twist. And while she's twisting, I'm steady bitching, having a really good time. Shooby-doo-bop, do the twist. Shooby-doo-bop, do the fish. Do the new dance sensation. Do the combination. Well, now you got that on once and you got that on twice. Tell that girl she's looking nice. Make the right move, then you're in a groove. But now you're looking.
a big sensation. Soon they'll do it all over the nation. Yes, domination. Shooby-doo-bop, do the twist. Shooby-doo-bop, do the fish. Do the new dance sensation. Do the domination. Shooby-doo-bop, do the fish. Shooby-doo-bop, do the fish. Dance sensation. Do the domination. Shooby-doo-bop, do the twist. Shooby-doo-bop, do the fish.
Yes, MSB, they're out of New Jersey there. And that is a debut single for Tyrone and the Newports. Of course, they had their hit would be a song called Feel Like a Million, actually, which also came out as the Mystery Men on the PAL label. But that's their debut single from September 62 on Darrow Records out of Philadelphia, a song entitled The Combination. Let's stay in 62 as we head to Detroit, Michigan, with a request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas. This song produced and co-written by Mike Hanks. Mike Hank also managed this label called Star Maker Records. It was Carmen Murphy who bankrolled this label for Mike, and this is the first of two for this group on Star Maker. They're called the Deans from October 62 for Jim Lampley. The Deans on Star Maker with Oh Little Star.
Oh, little star, shining so bright, sparkling at night. That's why she's thinking of you. Oh, little star. Can take your place, 'cause oh yeah, I just wanna take you home, little star. Whoa, little star. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Little star. Oh, little star.
October 62 release there for the Deans on Star Maker. It's out of Detroit by request for Jim Lampley. Oh Little Star is the name of the two. We stay in Detroit. We stay in 62 with a request for listener Bob Cruz in Maryland. It's this group's only release. They're called Rose Morris and the Delighters. Jimmy Amato liked this tune, I know that. And this tune co-written by the label owner and band leader T.J. Fowler's got some great instrumentals too, by the way. This is from April 62 for Bob Cruz, Rose Morris and the Delighters on the Puff label. It's called I Love the Life I Live for Bob Cruz.
Well, I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. For when you came into my life, I knew I had found my thrill. For just having your love every day and night makes my whole world so bright. And I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. Well, I'm a living the life I love, 'cause I believe in having fun. There ain't nothing in this world that I'd rather have than you under the sun. I ain't never made a wish for life of luxury. Maybe those things were never meant for me, but I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. Well, I've had my share of troubles, but I never let them get me down. 'Cause my troubles seem to disappear whenever you come around. I'm living the life I love, even though my pockets are bare. 'Cause when your heart is filled with love, who needs to be a millionaire? I'm a happy-go-lucky everywhere I go, 'cause I want the whole world to know that I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. Oh yes, I love the life I live. Oh yes, well I'm a living the life I love, and I love the life I live. Oh yes, I'm crazy about the life I live.
There you go, Bob Cruz. There you go. That's your record, Rose Morris and the Delighters from April 62. I Love the Life I Live. That's on the Puff label out of Detroit, Michigan. And let's go to a Jack Gold's Terrace label. Played the flip side of this, a request for listener Paul Michel last week, a song by Ronnie Cates and the Travelers called For My Very Own. That was the second release on the Terrace record label. Now the flip side was is the same flip side used on their first and second records, and it was Darrell Letts that requested the flip side, and it written by the lead singer Ronnie Cates. Let's go to September 62. Ronnie Cates and the Travelers for Darrell Letts. It's called Long Time.
I've been away for a long time. My every thought has been of you. Now that I've come home is the wrong time. It seems you found somebody new, and my heart's been sad. My heart's been sad for a long time. I lived on memories of you. I was so sure that you'd still be my baby, but now you tell me we are through. Goodbye, my love, I'll be on my way. Sorry to spoil your day. There is just one thing that I'd like to say. If you need me, just come my way. Call on the phone, knock at my door. Don't worry, darling, I won't be sore.
I really like that tune. I do. That's Ronnie Cates and the Travelers there. Featured it on the second label. That was the flip side of For My Very Own. Also on the flip side of Oh Man River, I think their first release on the Terrace label. September 62, Ronnie Cates with A Long Time. We got four more 45s to go here. I apologize, Johnny G was late, or we would have been out of here by now. But this is for Adrian Viterbo in Mexico. This group called the Belvederes. This is from 1962. I think it's the only release for this group. They're out of Jersey City, New Jersey. And they all get writer credits on this. Al Washington, Alfred Jackson, Larry Beckett, and Frederick Brown. So that's who they are. And actually both sides of this are good. This is the ballad side on Stan Cypher's Poplar record label out of New York City from July 62 for Adrian Viterbo, the Belvederes. It's called Why Do You Treat Me This Way?
Oh yeah, do-wop, oh yeah.
You tell me that you love me, but you, yeah, you don't show me. So tell me why you treat me this way. You know I love you, baby, and you know I need you, baby, but tell me why you treat me this way. I can't take this much longer. My heart's getting weak, baby. It's not getting any stronger. Yeah, you lied. Yeah, you done me wrong, baby. How long is this gonna go on? I gave my love to you, but you, yeah, was so untrue. So tell me, baby, why you treat me this way. Tell me why. Tell me why. I really love you, baby. Tell me why. I'm not getting any stronger.
There you go. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in Mexico, July 62 release, the Belvederes. The Belvederes on the Poplar label. Why Do You Treat Me This Way? 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And we fill a request for listener Paul Michelle, this group from Danbury, Connecticut. And they recorded 2 on, what's his name here? on, Sam Goodman's Record Fair record label, his label named after his record store in Danbury, Connecticut. The group is called The Highlights, and I featured both sides of their first release last week. For Sentimental Reasons and For Your Precious Love was the name of the tune. Now, the group included brothers James second tenor and Eugene first tenor, Hodge, Alan Grant baritone, Sheldon Highsmith bass, and William Tucker. He was the lead singer. He previously was the lead singer of a group called the Tabbies that recorded for the Time record label, but he met up with Sam Goodman, who owned a record store, that if you own that Dundee album, on the LP in the back, there's a picture of the Record Fair. That is the store, and that's what they called the first two releases on his Sam Goodman's Record Fair label. But this was their third overall release after those two releases on the Record Fair label. They had this one on the Julia label, and then the LP came out in December of 63. So let's go to June of 62 for Paul Michel, the highlights on Julia, with William Tucker on lead. It's called Gloria, My Darling.
Gloria, 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 darling, I love you, and I always will. Gloria, from the first moment you were my thrill. Gloria, I really love you, my dear. Gloria, Gloria, my dear. Gloria, Gloria, I sit alone, so all alone. Gloria, begging you, please, please come back home. Gloria, I really miss you, my dear. Gloria, my dear. Gloria, my darling, I will always love you as I tried to do when you were here. Gloria, please come back. Say you'll never leave me. I said alone, begging you, please, please come back home. Gloria, Gloria, darling, I love you, and I always will. Gloria, from the first moment you were my thrill. Gloria, I really love you. Gloria,
As June 1962 release there by request for Paul Michel. It's on the highlights there is the name of the group. It features that Bill Tucker, William Tucker on lead. It's on Julia Records, Gloria, My Darling. That's on the LP too. So I think all their records were recorded by Sam Goodman, and he leased them out to this label. I don't think Julia Records, I don't know who they're associated with another label, they are. But two more 45s to go here. Two special last request and a dedication first. A dedication first for Janet W. in our YouTube chat room. She wants to send this song out to her husband John as they are celebrating their 10-year anniversary. June 1st is a little later, but it's June 1st is celebrating 10 years. And she wants to send this song out to her husband John. This was a big hit for this group, their first of 8 on the Phyllis record label. It features Ronnie Bennett. I think she was Ronnie Bennett at the time. And when they performed this on American Bandstand, this record became a big hit for the group. And this is from July 63. And then we have the closer, which is for memory of Jimmy Amato. But first, let's give a listen to the Ronettes. The Ronettes from July 63 for Janet W. on her anniversary, sending it out to her husband, John. It's called Be My Baby. And I went looking for my promo on that. You want to get that on a promo is what you want to do. There you go. That is a special request for Janet W. going out to her husband, John, celebrating their 10th anniversary here on June 1st on the Vinyl Treasure Show. The great Ronnie Spector, or Ronnie Bennett, and the Ronettes. That's their first of 8 on the Phyllis label from July 63, Be My Baby. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. Want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If I have the 45, I'll play it. I got a late start today for a number of reasons. I got my stomach. This area is hurting me, and I hope I don't have to go for any kind of they put like a, I think they put like a grate or something in there to do it, but it's hurting me now. It could be because I was lifting boxes. Maybe if I lay down it'll be okay, but sitting in this position it hurts. But my knee is okay, but I got to go to the doctor on Thursday for that. But I thought I was going to be okay, but maybe not. We'll see. I got to call and see what they want to do. Maybe I got to wear a belt or something is what I have to do. Then Charlene didn't have her internet, so that was, and she was all worried. And she had no phone either. So anyway, so that kind of like put us behind, and she got it back today, thank goodness, and she was able to help me rushing to do the show. So thank you, Charlene, again. Did a great job in such a short period of time. So thank you all for being here. We're going to close on I guess a somber note, really, because it was very sad to find out that Jimmy Amato passed away. He was he was in our chat room every Saturday night, and he would talk about the records. He loved the music. He was a collector, and I know that he didn't feel well the week before. He had something with his heart, I think, and he was in the hospital. He emailed me, and he sent me some requests. I think he sent me one for the Soul Show, which I didn't find, and I did find. I'll play it this Wednesday by the Royalettes. But he had this last request here, wanted to send it out to Mike Sape. So, he told me he was coming home that Friday, and he was in my Thursday show, but evidently something happened on Saturday, and he passed. So we will remember Jimmy Amato for being a big fan of the show and being the person that he was, very, very friendly person. And I didn't know him years ago. I used to hear him when he used to guest host on FUV. I know he used to write into the Time Capsule Show, and he used to write into me. So anyway, so this is his request. Our closer for tonight is from 1964, and he loved this record. He wanted to send it out to you, Mike Sape. I have no info on the group. They're out of Chicago. This is on the K&M record label. It stands for King Mullis Productions. The tune written by Emmy Mullis and Norman King. I guess they were the owners of the label. The group is Buddy B. DeVito and his Fabulous Storms. It's from 64, going out to Mike Sape on the K&M record label. It's called I Only Need to Think of You. That's our closer, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. I will be back next Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. This is our third show of the week, and I'll be back actually Wednesday evening for the Soul Show beginning at 9 p.m. We'll be here on Oldies and More Radio and also live on YouTube. So again, if you're new to the program, just finding out about it, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Then Thursday, I'll be doing the 78 show. Let's hope everything goes okay. I don't have to go for surgery or something automatically, because that's going to be a disaster. But again, if something like that happens, I'll let Charlene know, or I'll post on the site if something, I'm not going to be doing the show. So just be on the lookout for that. So I don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, thank you all for being here. I will see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Everybody have a safe and happy week. Until next time, just want to say, everybody, so long for Jimmy Amato.
Whenever I am feeling blue, only need to think of you when I feel blue. When shadows come to cloud the sky,